Well, that packet that John got, Ohio, you say?
Yeah.
I mean, John needs to read it and give you guys cliff notes.
Yeah. I didn't get one.
If you
either.
want cliff notes, that the information's over there, feel free at your leisure.
Yeah, they talk about all these vaccines and stuff, they still ain't got one for Ebola. Yeah, I think, F1N1 or whatever. Can you imagine
Elizabeth,
Judge Barrett sitting there looking out to some of those senators thinking, how in the world did they ever get elected?
Yeah.
I saw the best meme yesterday. I said, you're talking to a woman who has 7 kids. She's used to answering stupid
Hey.
questions all day.
I'd vote for president if she was running, so.
the best one was when they asked to see her notes.
Yeah.
She put on a blank tablet and she just smiled when she did
Yeah,
that.
you have no idea how funny the memes have been coming off of that one. Some of them have been really
I was
clever.
watching when that happened.
Her grin was just so big when she picked that up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, very sharp.
Yeah, she is very intelligent. She may be the best judge candidate I've seen.
Yeah. It is time for the meeting, so we'll have pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah. Looks like the weather's turning just like you liked it, Rich. Okay, so,
He's not the
It
only
will
one.
be tomorrow morning.
well, okay. Leon, do you have anything?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, maybe we can think of something for you later in the day. So.
Okay, well, don't think too hard.
Okay. You have something, Elizabeth? You're just an observer right now. Okay. Commissioner Ford.
Yes, well, good morning, everybody. Yeah, beautiful morning, fall, I like it. Looks like it's gonna stay, I think. Unless something crazy happens in early November, which is 2020, that's very much so a possibility still. Is it gonna freeze tonight?
Probably will.
Close. It
Yeah.
will at my place, getting low.
Oh,
I've seen 35, that's pretty close.
that's not freezing.
It might be close enough to kill off some of the small bugs,
yeah.
which will be all right too. So.
It'll be raining down this weekend.
Well, Monday, of course, we went out and took that tour at the RCPD firing range. It was a pretty good morning to do that. Much larger than it typically looks on paper or through the book that we got. Obviously, being able to visualize what you've been seeing and working through over the better part of a year is much different than just seeing it on paper. Pretty impressive. Of course, I'm going to wait to see the finished product when you have the new building and everything's kind of up and running. They mentioned that they're going to have some kind of a open house, so that'll be available at that particular point in time. For me, Wednesday, I had to do these both at the same time, so I was multitasking. Must probably look funny sitting in the truck at this point in time at work, but in the parking lot. But as been customary since March, of course, I listened in on the intergovernmental state and national COVID call by the White House. Pretty much the same group of people, Dr. Deborah Ricks, Admiral Brent Gior. I brought in Dr. Robert Cadlick from, I think, Health and Human Services, somebody that's working with them, and our Surgeon General, Jerome Adams, who I just wanted to put in a plug. I've been very impressed with on this call. If there's one member of the administration that's been very, very solid, puts forth some really good information, puts a little bit of a personal touch on it from time to time. I'm very, very impressed with him. But once again, this is for COVID-19. We're talking about trends, response, and continue to discuss this new initiative, Operation Warp Speed, try to produce vaccines and therapeutics and develop a strategy for testing support for states and all the localities here as we move through the rest of 2020 and whatever this flu season is going to look like. And then also yesterday, at the same time, I listened in on a second teleconference with the NACO Community Economic Development and Workforce Steering Committee. Topics of discussion there were basically workforce development due to COVID-19, some trends that they're seeing around the country, how that can play a role, how we as county officials play a role in that conversation and developing these possible systems with community partners and other vested interests. We will have a legislative priority survey coming out soon that we'll all be filling out for 2021. And NACO is having a virtual policy summit next week on the 21st and 22nd. I didn't sign up for that one, but I'll get some information through the channels. And if it's necessary enough, I will certainly pass that information along. And work continues to be work. We changed suppliers on a couple of different parts, and a couple of different parts we've ordered are actually right to our specs. I just mentioned this is interesting. The ones that we've been getting haven't been, but have been working. Now that we've got the ones that are actually to specs, now they don't work. Oh, the irony. So we've got 30,000 of an individual part that we've got to figure out how to use and figure out how to use pretty quickly. So it's been interesting. So, and with that, I'm just gonna stop while I'm ahead.
Commissioner Wells.
Well, probably won't get into my hour and a half one today. I'll spread it out over a couple meetings. But yeah. No, it's been an interesting week and everything with everything going on, you know, and I spent a little bit of time watching Judge Barrett's grilling and been very impressed. You know, I think she's an excellent representative of what people need in this country as far as non-political, just the facts and a good job and everything. So I've really enjoyed watching that. Did a radio show Tuesday, and be my last one, and unfortunately it only lasted an hour, and I had about 2-3 hours worth of stuff. So, but did get into my take is in 8 years on the county commission and everything, and of course one of my laments was, you know, we have 4 candidates running for 2 county commission spots currently, and only one of them actually aspires to be a county commissioner, you know, and how discouraging that is, you know. Because in the past, ever since I ran, each time I ran stuff, everybody wanted to be a county commissioner. And it's a unique job. It's the backbone of the country. That's where government starts, right there in the county. And we have people running that want to be everything else. They want to be, as one state legislator said, one of them running, she ought to be running for Congress. And of course, one running just to change the party affiliation. And kudos to Greg, of course. He works very hard, comes down, talks to the commissioners and studies and attends meetings, and it actually shows an interest. And we did have 2 commissioners, candidates come out and view the range. And so at least we have some interest in somebody actually being taking in and working for the county. And like I say, I've got 8 years in and accomplished quite a bit. You know, got one bill passed in the state, which is unusual, but it was a good bill. Learned a lot about government at the state level, which to me, I learned that a state one of my bills got a number and introduced, and then the legislators reminded me, now don't forget, next week that bill may be something else that don't have that number, and that shouldn't be right. A bill should be a bill for one item, and they vote on it. And they don't vote on it at midnight, but yeah, I learned a lot about the political climate, but I also saved the county, I think, several $100,000 on one project, the Casement Outfall project, and we did an excellent job on motor graders on 6 of them, and if we do turn them back in, it's been a huge savings over the next bidder. So I think I've done due diligence, on my part. And I did on the sales tax. I got 2, 3, 4 more calls just in the last day or so, and my problem I'm having listening to all the ads on the city's upcoming sales tax on the ballot is the, I call it dishonesty, because if you omit facts, that's sins of omission. I mean, so what they're omitting is the fact that it's going to raise property tax. For sure. Now, the city could possibly lower a mill levy, maybe a fraction of a mill or something, but it will raise from 2023 to 2033. It will raise the mill levy, and it is a new tax, and it will raise the sales tax because the county tax ends in 2022. So that's a drop of a half cent. So in 2023, if theirs passes, that's an increase. And I just, and I'm not speaking for or against it. I just think that these people that speak for it should just give the voters the facts and let the voters vote on it. Just simple as that, because anytime a sales tax or any tax increase is used to pay debt, that's not right. So, raising tax should be for a project, for something coming up, and a debt should already have should have a financial method of paying for it, when the debt was incurred. So, once again, they asked me, and we talked a little bit about the state of journalism, particularly the Matt Mercury. Covered quite a few things in which is erroneous, in which I was targeted, and we discussed the Sleeping Beauty, the reporter that came in to come into the meeting, deal with sleep, and then go report things. There she is. That's in the middle of the meeting.
Look at all those chairs.
Side by side.
Wow.
And
Boy, that was so 7 months ago.
and then race back and then report things like I advocated beating people with a rubber hose. That was never said by me. We were discussing an old urban legend. And quite a number of other things on that politician in Montana that took that reporter to the floor. I kind of chuckled about it in the morning, but mid-morning she asked me to step into the outer chambers and wanted me to comment on it. And I said, I just went through the news, and the reporter had not made any physical contact. I said that was totally inappropriate behavior. So she raced back to the paper and took the IN off the front of it and said that I said that was appropriate behavior. And of course, we got into as in Wichita, the boob job that Ned Seaton did. I was upset with that because that had nothing to do with me. And I spent about 30 to 40 minutes in Megan Mosier's office, and she admitted Ned wrote that, and she wrote the part on the sex organs, her and staff. And I spent, like I say, about 30 minutes trying to find out why. Finally, she said, quote, "We thought that's what you meant," unquote. So they have the ability to write whatever you think, even if you don't think it. So, but anyway, we went over that. I thank that radio station, K-Man, for the job they've done. I don't know if Rich remembered, but several times on a Monday to straighten the facts out in the paper. It was lengthy, so I wrote it down and give it to Rich, so he didn't have to try to type real fast, but I give a copy to K-Man, a copy to Mercury. I thank the K-Man radio station because they reported it exactly as written.
Mm-hmm.
Mercury said, in a prepared statement, and then they just chopped it up, just used different pieces out of it. So, and I was remembering all this when Senator Klobuchar was grilling Judge Barrett about the First Amendment, how the poor press is suffering and the journalism, they brought it all on themselves when they quit reporting the news and started trying to create news and propagandize, so. But anyway, pretty soon the hour was gone during the radio show, and I got several calls, and then I got more calls afterwards. Got a lot of thank yous for working in the county commission, the county commissioner, and so it's been interesting. Have more to offer on that later on.
Oh, we'll continue on with chapter 2.
Chapter 2.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I like Commissioner Ford and also Wells. We went out to the firing range on Monday afternoon. It was great. I think we got a first-class firing range out there, probably going to be better than anything in the state. It was great. Even Greg was out there, and so I think he appreciates that. Tuesday morning, listen to the KAC review information, the positions on the statement for the 2001 year. Then I came back on Wednesday and listened to it up there with Clancy. And we were supposed to vote on the statements one by one. There's about 5 of them, and there was not enough voting delegates representative on Zoom. We needed 65 or 63, and there was only 16 or 17.
How, if I may add, how does that work? You need to have a majority from each county. Is that how that is?
No, you have.
Majority of all the counties together.
Right.
Yeah.
So 105 counties, so you would need at least,
But-
whatever that figures out to be 57,
I think it said
58.
53, 59,
Yeah, somewhere in there, so.
104 counties.
Yeah. And so, but not every county belongs, and so, but here it is that they couldn't get more than 16 or 17 to register, but they had a bunch of them register, but they didn't report. So, they're going to redo that on there, and Jay Hall got there and figured it out in the Constitution of the KAC, and so they're going to have the voting delegates. I just give them a time frame that they could go ahead and present their vote through Zoom on the email, as an email and stuff, and gather them up and get it done. Then took several phone calls last night. One of them was about an individual who wanted to buy a piece of property at Lakeside. Somebody's house burned down, and the owners were selling their lot, but he didn't want to pay for the hookups. Well, it's by law. So I went through about a half an hour time explaining what would happen, how it is in town. You buy a lot, you got specials. And no matter how it is, you're gonna have to pay them. So he finally was convinced, and so he thanked me for it. So, but that was my day on that. And I did watch part of the interview with the new judge, and she's doing a marvelous job. Really doing a marvelous job. So anyway, that's it for that. We'll proceed on business.
First item, gentlemen's highway use permit, City of Manhattan.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Tabs.
Oh, yeah. Looking to sign them anywhere. I just signed about 5 things
Sign
on
it.
the same page. Okay, only 3 tabs. I don't know why I was looking.
Thanks, sir.
Okay,
The blank lines on there.
yeah, blank
Fill
line.
something out there. Next item, MOA with outside organizations, Manhattan Christian College, USD 378, Manhattan Catholic School, and City of Riley.
I'll make a motion. We approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Lucky day.
Thinking there's going to be a handful more of those here
Excuse me?
There's gonna be a handful of those more here.
Right.
Chances to build up that fund. I like it.
That's good. That's why we got the money. So we can be used in the community.
First one, sign.
There's some legitimate optimism that there may be more coming next week as of a streamlined, consolidated, I don't know what adjective you want to use. Appropriation. They're talking about it anyway. 500 to 600 billion. In fact, I'm saying that's a consolidated amount, tells you a lot about where we're at as well.
I'd like to see
$500
them
million.
do an extension of the current one. I think it's gonna be difficult to get everything processed by the end of the year.
Probably right.
Got my first, been quite a while since I got one of them weird old social security calls. And boy, I had just minutes to call before I went to jail and everything. Punched one. And this, no, this big dude was real well, but this guy answered his social security and everything. And this other helped me there. I said, no, I said, I'm calling to help you. How's that? I said, well, if you don't take this number off your list, or I said, I'm going to remove certain portions of your anatomy, and instant click.
I had a poor gentleman that called me yesterday. He's got a call and he knows he did something wrong. He knows it was fraudulent. He said he mistakenly gave him his information and wanted to know what to do. It was about a certain political campaign,
Oh,
but he said he had just gotten up from a nap. He was kind of groggy and he didn't do it. And it was $100. I said, well, here's what I do. And also contact RCPD. And he was a pretty older guy, you know, and he knew. He said, you know, they target us older people. And he said, I made a mistake. But it was with a political campaign, so he thought I could help him, you know, so. That's what I thought you should do.
I think we got them all left.
Okay, we'll see if you did or not.
Should we start playing the Jeopardy song now?
Maybe I should just sign extra somewhere.
yeah.
No, that counts against you too. Actually, that's gonna count double.
Actually, have a cell phone
You
allowance
can't,
for him.
you can't make,
Move to approve.
I'll second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
You can't just make up rules here against the chairman.
Oh, we've done it before.
I thought there was something in statute that allowed for that. I'll have to look that one up again.
Oh, was that on the other side? This is this one. Ten, 15, is it? 10, 18,
50.
15. I can just keep going around and around.
Yeah, sorry, keep up time flies fast. Next item, we have Raleigh County Personnel Action Form, Elizabeth Mulligan, COVID-19 contract tracer, separation of service. Larry Freebie, temporary worker, as needed security, public works elections. you. Next on intergovernmental, with all of you, do you have any items, first of all?
I don't.
I don't.
They have asked me to do a brief update on elections, so I told them to do that.
All right.
All of you like to attend?
Yep.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Clancy, you want to attend intergovernmental?
Yes, please.
You're just going to do what we've been doing by remote, correct?
Yeah.
No, won't be there.
You won't be there?
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, put that down then. Okay, ready to review the minutes when the board is.
Okay, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. And page 8.
Make a motion, we approve the minutes as written.
All in favor?
All right.
I'll attend if it doesn't look down with
Yeah, just about right.
Yeah,
Yeah, Monday's just a tad long, but that'll work.
yep. Okay.
any items for next week's press conference, gentlemen.
I don't have any.
No, I think of any.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Just let me know, we'll get them on there.
All right.
Good.
Next, we have Bob Isaac at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Have a nice autumn car cruise from the car museum Sunday if the weather
Oh, really?
permits. And we want to go tour up through Riley and around and back. So sounds like a lot of fun.
What day is that?
Sunday. I think it
Oh.
starts at 1 o'clock.
Be kind of cool that day, sounds
Mhm.
like.
Look at all the falling leaves probably if we get that cold snap.
Okay. The
Drive at a slow enough pace that we shouldn't injure any deer.
would be good. The what I'd like to bring up now, guys, is that probably we need to do something with the Christian church. Probably we need to do something with the Christian church.
Yeah, it's
Before the end of the year.
well, the only reason, one of the reasons would be is there's some quite lengthy, I was wading through it at business level, builder level stuff that for construction demolition landfill, there's a whole new draft of things on the shelf and coming up, and they may not get passed, but which could add a significant cost.
Yeah.
What I was most interested in was the city had figured 150,000 on the village plot on 3,003, and somebody out of Leavenworth came in at 47,000. So waiting could cost an extra 100,000 or two.
So that's what I'd like to
That's
do
up to,
before the end of the year and get it done. So what I'm going to do is make a motion that we start on the process to get it demolished by the end of the year.
I'm not ready to fool with it yet. Sorry.
Well, it's going to cost us more money.
I know, but that's somebody else's problem. After the first year.
Okay. Okay. Just looking to save money for the county.
Yeah. I'll be
I have
there
different
saying,
opinions on that one. I mean,
I'll
we
be
could have
down
saved
there
money by
saying,
not
"Oh."
buying it to begin with, but
What,
That's
what-
just my
what
opinion.
would be your reasoning?
But don't
I
forget,
think we
though,
need to actually have a physical plan in place for what we're gonna do with that, other than just tearing it down and leaving it empty at this point in time.
Well, we want to level it so we can hang on to it.
So we're gonna hang on to it whether the building's there or not at this point in time, because we already purchased it.
You'll find more problems if you continue to leave the building empty for years.
Well, the
There will be a
code
problem.
enforcement will be the big problem
Yeah.
on that. They'll take some additional expense,
I
but,
think we have some other priorities right now that money should be used for other than just demolition costs.
but the nice thing, Marvin, is I'll be on that side of the desk. I can come in here, if they spend an extra dollar more than it should have been, then I'll.
Okay.
I won't be Mel, but, I got 2 more calls from Mel, did you?
Yeah, I did, but I was tied up at the time, and then, he stops me for an hour each time. I can get off.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I understand his position, but he's got to change. He doesn't want to, he wants us to do the legal work. We can't do the legal work.
There isn't any, it's a done deal.
I know, I understand.
I would probably also make a suggestion on that if we're gonna discuss items such as that we should actually put them on the actual agenda so that people have a chance to
Oh, absolutely.
discuss
Yeah,
them
you
with
can't
us
just
ahead
do
of
it.
time instead of just
Yeah.
bringing it up. That's just a personal.
Well,
We've done that a couple of times here, and I do think that if we are gonna spend a certain amount of money, whatever it may be, that it's on the agenda so that people have the opportunity to say what they need to say in advance of it instead of just bringing it
Yeah,
up.
you can't just pop up and do it on a whim.
Oh,
Well, you can.
yeah, you can. It's perfectly legal to do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think it's 9 o'clock.
We're pretty close.
Almost.
Yeah. It is 9 o'clock. Morning, Bob.
For the first time, my timing is good.
Do that 10 times in a row and we might be on to something.
All right, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
This will be fairly quick. Speak fast through the mask. Albert Dieball, Dieball, has made application with Riley County Planning and Development requesting to replat lots 12, 13, and 14 of South Oaks Edition Unit 2 into one lot. The subject property is generally located approximately 1,660 feet east of the intersection of Oak Valley Drive and Hillsbury Drive on the north side of Oak Valley Drive. The subject property was originally platted as lots 12, 13, and 14 of South Oaks Edition Unit 2 in June of 1978. Building permit was issued in November of 1978 to build a residence, which is currently located on lot 12. Lots 13 and 14 remain vacant. Currently, the applicant wishes to combine the aforementioned lots into one lot in order to construct an accessory structure, a garage, and meet the minimum requirements of the Riley County zoning regulations. As you know, what I mean by that is you can build an accessory structure on your lot that has your principal structure, which is in this case a house. You can't build an accessory structure without that. So the subject property is currently zoned County Zoning District SF2, single family residential, and has been zoned residential since September of 1977. There are no conditional uses, special uses, or variances associated with the subject property. There's not a request or requirement to rezone the property at this time. The Riley County Fire District Number 1 will continue to serve the site. The nearest county fire station is the Conza Valley Fire Station, which is Station 15, located at 300 Johnson Road. The subject site is located within 5 road miles of the fire station. And this is the final plat illustrating the orientation and location of the lot's boundaries. Existing lot 12 is developed with a home as mentioned, while the other 2 lots have remained vacant. The utility easements located between existing lots 12 and 13 and 13 and 14 will be vacated by this replat. Signed utility release forms provided by the surveyor were obtained by all persons, entities, and or utility companies having property rights or interest in the utility easements as shown on the original plat of South Oaks Edition Unit 2, and those will be, as mentioned, vacated by this replat. Utility providers in the area have affirmed no existing use of or future interest in these easements and are, as shown on the proposed replat. There were no objections to the vacating the aforementioned utility easements. A few pictures of the site. This is looking directly north at the home on existing lot 12, right down the driveway. And that just kind of shifted to my right. And what he would like to do, if possible, is build the garage in this location over here. But he also has to be careful of his existing lateral field. You can kind of see the other two remaining lots. That's actually a large hill and it's heavily wooded. So obviously very difficult to develop over the years. And so you can kind of see this is the easterly look along Oak Valley Drive. And you can see it lot 13. On October 5th, the Manhattan Urban Area Planning Board approved the final plat of South Oaks Addition Unit 3, or replat of lots 12, 13, and 14 South Oaks Addition Unit 2, making a finding that the proposed request is consistent with the Manhattan Urban Area Subdivision Regulations, Riley County zoning regulations, and the sanitary code. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners acknowledge the approved final plat of South Oaks Addition Unit 3, accepting any easements, rights of way, or licenses as shown to be dedicated on the final plat. That's all I have. If you have any questions for me, simple replat, no rezoning.
I don't have any questions.
No questions here. Okay, with that being said, I will make a motion that we approve resolution number 101520, approving the South Oaks Addition Unit 3 and accepting the street right of way, easements, and licenses as shown to be dedicated on said plat.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, Mylar out here for you, gentlemen, this is the end of the year. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All three of you sign it.
I'll start. Okay, John still has to sign it.
He does.
Yeah. It looks like you're gonna get into the snow flies.
Yeah. But, you got to have, you got to see, that's the story. Here's the deal. If they go farther south, they'll only get a 1% energy chance to look. That will require elevation certificate, that gets drawn out. So only once you leave it, one note. And then if you don't need anything more than that, so that goes to the equity zoning. So it's one, if they, if you apply for a building, put that building.
Back to
I know, I'm working.
Yeah, no, I know, I'm not.
You can. You're the only one left there, John.
All righty, we'll get her done. Thank God.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
At least I don't have to have a prediction today.
we go. We lost a starting quarterback for the year.
Is he gone? Well, how did you get hurt?
Something with the shoulder. They never really specified, but he had season-ending surgery right
Upper
after.
body.
Upper body. Yeah, the shoulder is on the upper body.
That's how it was
Most
listed.
people-
That's how it was listed.
Well, I guess the quarterback will have to grow up in a hurry.
He's certainly fully capable. If he comes back, eligibility doesn't count this year. So he'll have technically a 6th season. So we'll have him back, this guy that's playing, and a 4-star quarterback coming in behind all of them.
Right.
So we're in very good shape there for the
That guy's
for the long term.
the 4-star from Colorado,
Iowa.
Iowa.
Yeah, I don't know how all that worked out. I know my nephew, when he pitched at K-State,
Wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. He is from Colorado.
That's what I
He's
thought.
trying to play in Iowa because Colorado isn't playing high school football this year.
my nephew had to play 5 years. And, at the time, he pitched the 2nd most innings and the 3rd most strikeouts and carrying a 4.0 average in 19 hours.
That's pretty good.
But he was just, size-wise, my brother's father a lot closer than I do, and the teams that were interested in him were what they were the type that just warehouse you so somebody else doesn't get you. In other words, so he went into dentistry, which was smart.
Yeah.
Also this week, our first team All-American kick and punt returners in the transfer portal. Not sure 100% for sure what the deal is there. Young blood.
Lack of focus.
Well, I heard through the grapevine that it was something else, but I don't know what's true and what's not, so I'm not gonna spread rumors.
See, when's the Chief play?
Who do they play? That's the key question first.
It's at 4 o'clock, I think.
When is it? Sunday?
Is it Monday or Tuesday?
4 o'clock Monday.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Before you ask when they're playing, you need to ask who they're playing because that determines when they're playing. That's how the NFL schedule is. It's kind of nice. I mean, if you want to see a football game, you can pretty much see one probably every night of the week moving forward. It's one blessing. I'd also mention my Braves are just 2 wins away from the World Series. Be happy
Haven't
about
even
that.
kept up on that at all.
Yeah, no,
Their pitching had been
Here's
solid
Bob.
till the
No, I
first
didn't.
inning of last night's game. Whew, that was a mess.
we just got to read your emails close. I got a text or email this morning from an outfit, Civics Pulse.
Mhm.
Oh.
And so just quick glance, I just saw the Civics Plus, so, and Civics Pulse.
I looked at where that was from. That was from Arizona or someplace. If it's a local survey dealing with local issues, I'm inclined to take that. But if it's some other place, it's not applicable. I don't usually do it.
I'll be like everybody else. I haven't received a ballot yet. I got a call from a person doing a survey, a political survey, non-partisan, and she said that they were strictly had to ask questions in a non-partisan manner and everything. And she said that she had talked to someone else in the area, and they were she was asking about voting or whatever, they hadn't gotten their ballot yet, and I said, well, ma'am, I said, this was Tuesday, I guess, I said, it'll be tomorrow before they could even mail them out legally. Oh, she said, I wish I would have known that to tell that person.
Yeah.
They were complaining to her about not getting their ballot yet.
We've heard that only a million times, and that's the reason we're gonna have so many provisionals, because people, well, that, and plus all the rhetoric about, the mail service.
Oh, yeah.
So we went to all the money and expenditure to send the ballot out, and they're gonna come in and they have to do a provisional ballot, then they're not happy about that, but, well, you're the one that requested the mail ballot, now decide to do this, and so. As I say, people,
The postal service has made accommodations, because I got
our
something
postal
from,
service is that great.
yeah,
hopefully.
I got a package the other day from just some random person that was delivering United States Postal stuff from a rider van. So they understand the importance of that, and they've shifted their personnel appropriately to make everything work. So, and I'm assuming that's why they're delivering packages and stuff through some secondary carriers in order to accommodate the upcoming election, and that makes perfectly good
Just
sense.
because it's happening somewhere else doesn't mean it's happening.
Right.
The major problems that I've had to appear on the doorstep 3 times in the last 18 months, pretty serious, had to do with the problem was the carrier.
Right, right.
In the one where the carrier, at the end of the day, stuffed 5 families' mail all down in Rod Harmon's mailbox. And another time they put my bundle of mail down in the Wildcat Sports Center's mailbox, and they put all their mail in mine. And then, of course, currently my carrier, I'm on the last one on the route, and she'll sit out there with the 4-ways on in front of the mailbox for maybe a good 15 minutes on the cell phone. And she kind of smiled the other day when I went to get my mail, and she said, "Oh, I have to call in at the end. You're the last one." I didn't ask her which boyfriend.
It is time, yes, you're right. I'm listening to him, he's intrigued.
Gotcha.
Good morning.
Good
Morning.
morning.
I have a brief summary of our revenue figures.
Okay,
As you can see with the low interest rates, buying and selling has increased our expected revenue for the year. We filed about 1,400 documents more than this time last year. Unfortunately, with the filing fee changes, we're just about 40,000 away from losing $1 million in revenue, so we'll definitely surpass that this year. We're still working on cross-training employees, and although it's not official, I'm getting things in place for a seamless transition at the beginning of the year to a new position. And that's about it. Not a whole lot exciting. Any questions?
How far does that total revenue loss go back to? What year?
2012?
Is that 20? I was thinking 2012 or 13. Okay.
We're comparing it to the fees that were in place.
No,
prior to-
I'm just trying to get kind of a year to year, kind of just an average breakdown on that. And, that's about 7-8 years. So that's almost 6 digits per year. So a good $100,000 or close to it. So just a rough estimate.
Pretty serious money, and
In context to property tax, that's about 1/6 of a mill levy, roughly. May not sound like much, but
Are you referencing the 960?
yeah.
That's just this year.
Oh, that's just this
That's
year.
just-
right, yeah,
year.
no, that's just,
That's just 1 year.
so, yeah,
That's huge. That's just
So if we
huge.
would have left our recording fees and the reg tax in place, so you were looking at like $8 a page
Yeah.
for the first page for each additional, and then your reg tax. And now we're at $21 a page, 17 each additional, but yet we're still going to surpass $1 million.
So now you're at about $1.5 million, Commissioner.
Per year.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
Almost like real money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is real money.
Yeah, and we've actually removed any mortgages where we couldn't determine if we would have gotten the entire amount. We've excluded those from those figures, so, and some of them have been pretty significant, so we're doing well above that number.
And I'd probably see somewhat of an increase in sales over the next year or two. That's one area that, so that's even going to be higher probably next year and the following year. It's big.
You know what that is, Greg? What happened?
Yeah. The 0.0026% is only on the amount borrowed, not on the entire mortgage, not on the cost of the property and value of the property, et cetera. And the thing of it is, it doesn't benefit the realtor, it doesn't benefit the bank, but those two pushed it through at midnight, in the dark, late boat, whatever. In other words, that blew through real quick before any county could ever react and speak on it. So it harmed counties really to the benefit of no one, because most people didn't even know that was what that was, or it didn't impair any transaction. The realtor tried to lead that people wouldn't buy property because of that. And so what happened is, let's say it's like on a $100,000 house or something, instead of the person paying a few $100s one time on the mortgage, then they pay $1.5 million taxes the rest of their life on the property. So, yeah.
Or even if they don't have property, they're paying that.
Well, and that was my biggest beef, if I can afford to go and buy a property, I should be the one paying that fee.
Correct.
Instead, now they're not paying the fee, so now those people on fixed income, those one-parent families, they're the ones that are making up that difference in revenue.
Or a first-time home buyer that's young and probably has a young family, so it works on the other end of that equation too.
Yeah. I always felt that, if I'm the individual buying that, I have no problem paying that. I know that's part of the transaction.
It was very invisible. I mean, in your closing cost, you're like, we're what, 6 to 8, 9?
It didn't keep people from buying houses.
No, it did
or
not.
property.
It's not going to keep people from buying commercial property or commercial agriculture properly if they need it for those specific purposes too. So, yeah.
That's a small thing, Greg, but it did raise taxes. And that's something we couldn't control. Which I tried to explain to Melissa. And she, she's trying to do what she thinks is right, but these things happen on this area. It's something we have no control on some of the stuff. The state does it all. That's our biggest complaint.
Sorry, I guess I opened up a can of worms there. But I think it is worthy of a discussion, particularly for those that are watching, that that's a yearly cost and it's significant.
It was paid by those that use the service. Now it's spread up all over the county. Everyone's paying it now instead of that, because we had to raise taxes to maintain the service.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, thank
Appreciate
you.
Have a good day.
Yes, you
Thanks,
too.
showing me a Clancy at 9:30.
Okay.
It's been fairly warm.
We've been fairly warned.
You see, the cost to the county is, we have to maintain all that paperwork.
That's
So
right.
when people sell property, they know there's a mortgage on it.
Yeah.
And so we have to keep that forever. I mean, it's not that the county doesn't have any expense on that.
You know, all the storage fees and everything else that we do with it.
But it's not one of them fly-by-night deals
Yeah.
to speak of. I remember I sure hammered that dumb Jake Turner on it and a couple others down at the peak of that time, and didn't do any good. But Well, yeah, Ebert Construction sure had some good good weather on that bridge on the block after on 18 so far.
Mhm.
You know, there have been some years where that sucker wiped out that landing for the train several times during the course of the construction. You know? Well, if we have spring coming yet, it's only half of the bridge. So,
Yeah. Hopefully it'll work better than it did.
you know, hopefully it be another year before we get any substantial flooding. They'll get that thing all done.
They're gonna also raise the roadway as it approaches from the east, right? Because
So
that's,
if you look in the trees, look towards the old Hardman Wholesale Building.
Yeah.
You see the biggest mountain of dirt you've ever seen.
yeah, I saw that.
That's what that's
Yeah.
for.
Okay, because that's, because if they raise the bridge, that'd even be a lower place for water. It'd be a swimming pool.
The only reason that original highway, K-18 and Highway 40, the reason it's that low is to get underneath the Rock Island River Bridge.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not there anymore, so that's why it was dug down originally. Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
He's gonna have to leave.
I hope with my mask on, he doesn't recognize me.
Yeah.
You look familiar. I can't.
Don't recognize you with a mask.
I came in to check out the PA system.
Oh,
I don't think I'm gonna be too well pleased, but
sounds like Mel. Yeah, I can't recognize
Yeah.
behind that mask, but I was hoping he
Sounds
didn't.
like you.
I was hoping he didn't recognize me.
if I had a TV, I had a computer, could I get that?
Yeah?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
you ought to buy one.
Can't get it on the TV.
No,
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 computer.
If I
you
had a
can if you have
computer, I
a
could get
computer
that.
too.
yeah.
Down Marvin, Ebert Construction should have been fortunate on that bridge project before there was any water.
Yeah.
In a normal
yeah.
year, you know, the creek would have taken that landing out for the drain several times.
Yeah, I tell you, we need some rain now.
I know it's, yeah, terrible.
It is dry out of my place.
I mean, I like walking on dry dirt, but,
Drive down my gravel road and it's like a dust bowl,
yeah.
and that's driving 20 is all I drive on that road because it's so curvy and narrow, you know? You understand that if you're driving 50.
Never could get the county to pay that, huh?
Really don't want it because, you know, I mean, that keeps a
Yeah.
lot of people off
Well,
of it.
absolutely. Don't blame you.
My wife, you know, at times she wouldn't, but at the same time she realized that because that's what she walks and runs for exercise, you know, and so you get no traffic because we're on a dead end road anyway, and so, yeah, I'm okay with a little dust on my vehicle, you know, I can wash it when I need to, and so. I like the solitude.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it.
Well, originally that construction company asked for till October for closing one lane of Blue Water. I wonder if they're gonna make it this month or if they're gonna have to give an extension.
Tell you one thing though, they're going to town over there on Kimball and College.
Yeah,
Woo!
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
oh, yeah.
I think they said originally the end of November. And I thought, it looks a little far-fetched to me, but
I've been by that way for a couple of weeks.
they're starting to lay pad, and I mean, they're getting after it. Good weather, that helps.
Yep, yep.
good weather, but it's dry weather anyway.
Well, yeah, for them, it's good weather. Let's put it that way. Yeah, we could use a little bit of moisture, if nothing else, to knock some of this dust in. I get harvest allergies. That's what I call them this time of the year. Last year it was pretty wet, so it wasn't an issue.
Still got a lot of crops being harvested.
It's, yeah. They better be getting on it here like today
Well, the
or,
soybeans aren't as dry as people think. Like my soybeans look dry, but if you look down low, the bottom still aren't dry
Yeah.
yet, you know, and so.
I kind of.
they'll handle a couple of nights of freezing temperatures, won't they? They
Oh,
might get a little,
Oh,
yeah, they'll get maybe a little,
Freeze isn't gonna hurt it.
When we went to the range, I noticed the bean fields closer to the hill to the west weren't cut, but the one closer to Zedale were, so they must be out there. Got good air moving across.
Well, my soybeans just do great this year. Glad about that. The prices aren't too bad.
Then east of Salina last week, there's a few fields of big fields of miles being cut, and then there's still quite a few that aren't.
Yeah.
that's it, right, 9:50.
Yes.
Okay,
And move the county commission, including Chairman Rodriguez, Commissioner Ford, and Commissioner Wells, recess into executive session on performance matter for non-elected personnel to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, with Clancy Holman, County Counselor, attorney for the commission, and Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 9:50 a.m.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye. Okay.
You're unmuted.
Okay, I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
All in favor?
Aye. I'll also move that record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Actually, I think you had consensus. There was consensus.
Yeah.
Reached agreement.
Oh, we didn't take any binding action on anything, we just,
Right.
okay,
Consensus was reached.
okay, well then I'll unmove that one. Sorry, Attorney General, if you don't like that one, I apologize. And I will move that the record reflect actions shall be taken consistent with the consensus we did reach in executive session.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
No
That's
problem.
all I have now.
Okay,
It looks
moving
like we've
on.
got some kind of a bid opening
We
here.
do, gentlemen, had his time for that.
Good morning.
Morning. How are
I
you,
would
sir?
have
Good.
been here with this before, but
Yep.
Thank you.
you are otherwise occupied at the moment.
Thank you.
Sounds like.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess what I'll do here, since it's listed this way, is I'll start off with the architect's estimate first. There's an indication of where we're at. Here we go. Okay. Architects bidded amount is $87,500. And this, of course, is for the Riley County Courthouse COVID modification.
There should, Commissioner, there should be a bid bond in there.
Yep.
There are no alternates.
Okay.
And there should be two addendums.
Saw that one is, that was listed 10/9/2020, and the other one's listed as 10/13/2020 on that estimate. Was there a bond on that?
No, there's not.
That's not an architect.
Right. That to start with. So for the first actual bit here, okay.
Okay, the architect's estimate is $87,500.
Thank you.
Okay, first estimate that I have is from Riley Construction Company out of Wamiko. There was two addendums on that too, dated 10/9/2020 and 10/13/2020. In the amount of $58,500. I didn't see bond on that. Yes, there is a bid bond document. Put that one there for you too.
Okay, there's a big bond on Riley Construction and $58,500 on the bid.
Okay, the next and last one that I have is from Trinium Incorporated. That's here in Manhattan. There's two addendums on that too. Listed October 9th, 2020 and October 13th, 2020. I do see a bid bond document with that as well. The total amount that I see there is 93,000. And they're also putting in a floor allowance square yard of $5,500 on that too. So I guess that would make that 98.5 total if we go that route.
98,000 total,
98.5.
98.5.
I didn't list the potential starting dates on there either. I don't know if that matters or not.
Okay, we do have an addendum 1 and 2 for the Trinium. And their total would be $98,500. Okay.
Thank you.
Move we submit bids to staff for evaluation and recommendation.
I will go ahead and second that.
All in favor?
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. All righty.
Come here
Thank you.
at 10.
You got plans this weekend, Ron?
I'm sure I do.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Gary, how are you
Yeah, I
doing?
get left.
I'm
done.
fantastic.
Okay.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah,
It
great day.
is.
Rich's poll workers are working their tail off this week. It looks like they're very busy up there.
They are extremely busy.
Well, I availed myself of a mail-in service for motor vehicle registration renewal this morning, so.
Here, I'll save you an envelope. Save a stamp.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you staying in town this weekend?
Not going anywhere till Thanksgiving.
Okay. So what was the little part that you guys got to do now at the?
It's a latch. Basically, yeah, there's 4 different pieces to it. It's a spring loaded. There's a hook that connects to the door, and then there's the actual piece that it all kind of encases in. It's the piece that it encases in that comes down to a point where everything comes in, but there's a slot at the bottom where there's a structural piece in there that holds it all into place. The print showed that as being calibrated a certain way. Well, the pieces that we'd be getting, I don't know, for 3-4 years now haven't included that. Well, the ones that we're getting now were to print are including that. No, it doesn't work. It sets everything just low enough to where it goes to close. It doesn't latch properly. But the print showed as being that way, and somehow it'd been, I don't know how we got away from it, but we did, and we ordered
Okay.
30,000.
Time for Gary.
I don't know.
All right.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
You can just minimize that, Gary, upper
Okay.
right-hand corner. Agenda Thursday,
There we go,
and scroll down.
roll down.
Scroll.
Probably get quite a ways, might just want to grab it.
It's kind of interesting because I'm gonna show you some slides that really relate to what I'm gonna be talking about, but probably I'm gonna give you more of a verbal report here on what I'm planning to visit with you about. It is a ways down here.
Been busy this morning, Gary.
It looks like it.
Almost.
Oh, you've got a ways to go still.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, you might
Okay, I
want to.
guess I'll get over here to the
Yeah.
stone bar.
There
Well,
you
there we
go.
are. There's the purple stuff. So, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Thank you again. As you know, can you hear me all right with my
Yeah.
mask on? Okay, great. As you know, I've spent quite a bit of my time in my subject matter area working with VITA and other things, but one of my main things has been financial planning, household budgeting, and those kinds of things. I had given a class through UFM in January and February for household budgeting, saving for retirement, reducing debt, all those kinds of things. And I'm going to do that again next January and February. I've already got that class in, but more importantly and more close up here on the calendar is I'm going to offer a 2-session class on investing November 5th and 12th here at in Manhattan. One we'll do out at Podor Fall, and the other one we will do up here after elections are over in the meeting room. But we are going to limit the enrollment to about 10 people because of social distancing. And the other thing I want to do is provide more personalized instruction on this, because I feel very, very sincerely and it's in my DNA to try to help people with money problems and saving for retirement and those kinds of things. And some of this probably will not be new to you, but you know, I think I've spoken some about this before. You know, Americans are not saving nearly enough just for regular day-to-day things, and not saving enough for retirement. And if they get into financial exigency, emergency, they don't have anything to fall back on. According to the Federal Reserve in St. Louis, the Harris poll, and others, there's nearly 1 in 10 workers that are making $100,000 plus that are still living paycheck to paycheck. The average revolving credit card debt in America is $6,700. That's debt that is not paid off, okay? More than 1 in 4 workers do not set aside any savings. And I've been visiting with some folks about that. And it's primarily the younger folks, and that's where you build wealth, is starting early and saving even just a little bit. And nearly 3 of 4 workers say they are in debt, and more than half think they always will be. More than half of minimum wage workers say they have to work more than one job to make ends meet, which is not surprising at all. But over a fourth of people that make between $50,000 and $100,000 a month always live paycheck to paycheck, and 70% of those are in debt. 32% of this, in this certain poll, 3,500 full-time workers said that only 56% save $100 or less per month. 35% of American households do not participate in any retirement system. And the 50th percentile of all American households, so this is from 20 to 80, hold only $1,100 in retirement savings. So this is troubling to me, because even as a 25 or 30-year-old young person, if you've been saving a couple $100 a month, you would have a lot more than that, especially with the stock market being as good as it has been through a 401k or 403b or some other investment vehicle that's tied to mutual funds and stock markets. Finally, what's most important, and part of probably lends more to my class in January and February, is money problems are the second leading cause of divorce in America. And the biggest issue is being high levels of debt and a lack of communication, which I don't think anybody has any problem imagining that. There's also a source that says the higher your credit score is when you get married, the better chance you have of your marriage not ending in divorce because of the money problems. So while this class will be explaining the difference, actually, I'm going to be talking about saving versus investing in this November class. We're saving for a capital asset like a home or a necessary purchase like a vehicle versus investment for retirement or for building capital wealth so that you do have something else to fall back on. And so I'm pretty interested in this topic, and I'm just sharing a few of the slides here that I'm going to be using in that November class. One of the things that still, and I've mentioned this to you before, that has me thinking quite hard about the retirement savings thing is a lot of people just believe Social Security is going to be their way out. And the average Social Security check in the United States, of course it varies, but it's about $1,500 a month. And of course you pay your Medicare premiums out of that. And so that's not your net money. And so my purpose is to get the mindset for people to begin saving seriously towards retirement. It's never too late, but the earlier you get started, the better. And then I'm also going to go into quite a bit of depth on selecting stocks, mutual funds, bonds, or other investment vehicles, how risky each one is, what the typical return is, what you can expect to get for different things. We'll talk about gold, real estate, precious metals of other kinds and things as well. So I'm really looking forward to that. And like I said, we are limiting to 10 people and we've got 3 signed up already. So hopefully we'll fill that up. But do you all have any questions for me?
I do.
There's some sobering statistics there, though. That's for
No,
sure.
but I just, since you bring it up, the debt thing and stuff, I think most people are going to be saddled with debt, and I've done a lot of thinking the last couple of months because of the current affordable housing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I've lived here 75 years, and what I've done is taken a little house down on a side street, 2-bedroom, and you take a family that's minimum wage earners, whether it's fast food or whatever, but you give them the home free and clear. They will lose that home in several years because super high water rate, sewer rate, electric, gas, taxes, city, county, school, and then insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much income it would take if we give them the house free
To meet all those obligations.
Try to save money out of that. I mean,
Yeah.
So it's a serious problem, Gary. I don't know the answer. But
And you also have one other, particularly with the younger generations, is most of them are saddled with debt from student loans, debt from getting through school and other things. I'm making my last student loan payment this month.
Mhm.
All right.
16 years.
Congratulations.
It took 16 years.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Rich people may have money and yachts and everything else, but they'll never be able to understand the excitement it takes to get the student loan payments taken care of.
Yeah.
Just the joy that comes with that. And I say that sarcastically and I say that non-sarcastically, but there are other things even outside of just owning a home or those sort of things that work into that equation too. And cost of living continues to rise, but in most areas, wages and opportunities aren't. So at some point in time, that pull factor has a lot to do with it. And yeah, some of this is very sobering.
Yes.
It's very sobering for my generation and
I didn't
younger
even-
generations
I didn't
in
even cover
particular.
groceries and transportation.
Yeah.
I mean, let alone, so.
Yeah.
I-
Plus, if you have kids, plus if you have children, for instance, there's another one, childcare. If both parents are working, who takes care of your children? That's a mortgage payment almost by itself per month.
It is.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's all kinds of different factors that factor into all that. And,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
and I'm
really
sure we'll be
appreciate what
talking
you,
about a lot of those.
We will be.
Yes.
I really appreciate what you do, Gary,
Yeah,
because like I say, it's still, if they could put $1 away when they're young, I mean, so I appreciate what you do. It's very important. I wish I would have had that opportunity when I was younger. It would have, I'm sure, I may not have paid any attention though, but on the other hand, I think you do a very good job. I would have probably actually listened and would have been in an even better position than now. So
One of the best things that young people can do, and I'm sending this to both of my boys. One's going to graduate here in about 3 weeks, and from K-State, and the other one is a junior. Is that once you start working wherever you go, you can do the calculators online, and one kid starts saving $200 a month at age 22, and another kid delays that until 30 and saves that much, and then you assume pay increases and inflation and take that all out, calculators will all do that for you. But you'll have nearly twice as much at 65 than you will at 65 if you wait till you're 30 to start investing. And as a matter of fact, in a lot of cases, you'll have nearly as much or more if you never contributed another dime and retired when you were 65 and the other one waited until they were 40 or so. So it's really important. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. And if you believe and you watch, you know, what those things will do for you over time and invest wisely and not buy, you know, elephant tusks and hides from rare animals and things like that aren't liquid, of course, you can do quite well. So that's the main thing I want to get through to folks. I really do. So I appreciate your comments and thanks for the opportunity again.
We appreciate you.
Yep.
And your staff.
You take care.
You
Well,
do an amazing job.
garage sale,
I'm
you
gonna
know.
be there next
Okay,
Friday.
23rd, 24th.
You
So
betcha.
be sure and show up.
I, once again, don't have anything to add to it, but maybe I'll find something to subtract from it. Works out the same way.
Exactly.
Right.
Are you still collecting stuff, things for?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think John will accept them probably the day. Yeah. They're at him and Daniel Scooch is from Pot County. They're doing this for the Citizenship Washington Focus trip to save money for that. So they're out with the truck today making stops to pick up stuff.
You got to remember they do that twice a year, and they weren't able to do it in April this year.
April.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was wondering how big an old truck of stuff you wanted.
They'll fill that whole building up though.
Yep.
They will. Yep. Well, again, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
Thank
you.
You have a
you.
great day.
You too.
Appreciate you.
Next gentleman is Dan Scheideman, 10:15. Hi, Jan. Good, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
We're doing good. Doing good.
Good to have you here.
You've seen quite a few people advance voting so far. Rich? Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm gonna do that here this morning too. So,
Get it done.
get it done, be done with it.
Gonna be an interesting election.
Aren't they always though?
Yeah, but more so.
Yeah, I heard that 4 years ago.
Yeah,
4
I know,
years
that's-
before that.
that's-
It's
that's what I told
every
her before. I had
cycle.
an
It's the
interview
same.
with, she
Yeah.
said, this is the most important. I said, watch, that's said every 4
Yeah,
years.
It'll be said in 2022 at the midterm. It'll be said in
The next one will be
2024.
the most important.
Yeah.
The next one.
Every single election is important. That's the point.
Unfortunately, all on the airway were negative campaigns.
Okay.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning.
Move to recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of Health.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Thank you. I am here to ask for your approval to apply for 2 grants. Recently, the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund made funds available through sub-grants of the Federal Preschool Development Grant. These sub-grants are designed to help address several community needs. Riley County Health Department would like to apply for 2 of these. One is connecting families to services, and the other is improving the quality of care, which would be child care. IRIS, which is the Integrated Referral and Intake System, was implemented in Riley County in May of 2018. It was introduced, supported, and implemented by the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund. And the support and expansion aligns with the sub-grant for connecting families to services. Riley County currently has 41 organizations participating in IRIS, and Potawatomi County joined our community recently. Continued collaboration and expansion are a goal of IRIS in both communities, and also and it's also an objective in our Riley County Health Department strategic plan. The process for accomplishing this goal has been challenging to organize and maintain, with no one able to dedicate the time necessary to address the needs. This funding will provide an opportunity to meet our IRIS expansion objective. The Riley County Raising Riley program, that was the first grant. Second grant is to improve the quality of care, which the Raising Riley program will manage. These funds would be used to provide family child care providers in the child care licensing Wildcat region, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Riley, Potts, Gary, Dickinson, and Clay counties. We would like to provide a higher level of comprehensive training for the providers in these communities, free of charge. And these trainings would be in the areas of mental health, social emotional development, culturally responsive practices, and business management. We'll also be including our parents in some of these trainings, along with the family child care providers. This encourages consistency between the home and the school, and it helps with consistency and predictability for the children. So these are both 3-year renewable yearly grants. So we're applying for year 1. Year 1 of the Connect Families to Services grant proposal, we'd be requesting $57,602. This would include 1 full-time position to serve as our IRIS community coordinator, and the Raising Riley supervisor would supervise this person. The year 1 of the Improved Quality of Care grant proposal is requesting $23,500. We would not be requesting any additional staff because we feel that the Raising Riley staff can accomplish the goals for that grant application. All costs for these programs are funded through the grants, and there's no cash match requirement and no money that we would need from the county for this.
Any questions?
Yeah, to make a motion, do we need to motion both of them separately?
No, it
Or
would just be one motion.
Okay.
Because they have an agenda report.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead then and make the motion that we approve the request for both grants through the Raising Riley Fund for the Riley County Board of Health.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
You too.
Move to recess as the Board of Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's only in Craig Cox at 10:30.
All right. Oh.
Greg.
Hi, Rich.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Doing well, I think.
Pre-presentation, how do I get to my?
Just scroll down.
Just keep scrolling. It's in,
It's right under.
it's in the packet.
Just scroll down.
Oh, there it is.
I wouldn't like it.
No, I know you want it. I know you, trust me, I know you want it. I don't do this very often.
I don't know, Craig. I question everything.
I only question when I have reasons to question, so. When I deal with computers, I just question Rich because the computers, nothing's ever that easy, but it was this
I don't
morning.
know if the cord's long enough there, Mel.
You have to move your microphone a little closer.
That's okay.
Much it. Got a moment or two here. You got 10 seconds. So if you can mosey up there, go ahead and mosey up there.
Think I can move that fast?
I don't know. I've never
No, I couldn't do it.
Nice.
It's time now. It's time now, so.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
What I have for you this morning are the final documents to take care of Mr. and Mrs. Miller's legal issues and interests in the Riley County Firing Range property. We have two documents this morning. Before I get into the documents themselves, I want to explain to you that I'm doing a different procedure here. I want to explain to you why I'm doing that. The documents have not been signed by the Millers. I want the commission to sign both documents first. And then once you sign them, I'll take them to Mr. Locke to have his clients sign them with a cover letter saying that once they sign those documents, they get their $4,750. That cash payment to them is the only incentive I have to make sure they sign these documents. And so that's why I'm doing this procedure, having the commission sign these documents first and then take them to Mr. Locke for his client signatures. Is the board okay with that?
Fine.
Okay. The first document is the restrictive covenant document, and it basically states that Riley County will covet not to construct on the county's property a firing range with a line of fire directed east toward the Miller's property. This covenant will be perpetual. It will run with the land for both parties, which means that if the Millers sell the property, the covenant goes with their land. If we sell our property, which that's not anything in the near foreseeable future, but if we have to sell the property, the covenant goes with the land, whoever buys that. This covenant can only be modified by the parties themselves in writing. And either side has the ability to take enforcement action against the other if the party thinks the covenant's being violated. And Kansas law governs the interpretation of the covenant. That's the essence of that document. The the easement document, what it does is that the county is granting the Millers a replacement easement for their old easement, which is this black easement right here. The document says we give them that easement. In exchange for that, they are going to release and vacate the easement and their interest right here. So, so the blue easement here still will be in existence. I'll get to that in a moment, but the easement from here to here will be released and vacated. We in talking with Bayer, obviously they still have their easement to get to their disposal site, but they use this as their back door. So we wanted to make sure that this blue easement was in place for them so they could still get out this way if they needed to. And that's basically what the new easement document does. And I guess if I go to my final, SMH just got this to me the first of this week, and that's the actual layout of that easement. And it's designed that way because then it gives. I can't get it on the screen. That big area in the middle, that gives R3D plenty of room if they want to do some other future training facilities, they have that space to use that. So, are there any questions about either document?
Nope.
I don't. Glad to get it done.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I will add the final part is that we have the proper invoice in the account payable cycle, so that $4,750 check will be available and cut next Friday the 23rd when all the county checks are cut in this payment cycle.
Barring that these documents get signed in advance of that, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Motion going.
Go ahead and make a motion that we approve both documents. One creating restrictive covenants and the granting of the new easement in lieu of the Miller Trust.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Craig.
The only other thing that is left to do, and it's no action part of the county commission, is that I'm preparing an easement that the Mertz brothers will give us for the water line off of Tabor Road. But that's something they sign, they're giving that to us, and there's no action point of the commission, but I'll keep you advised of that.
Okay.
I'm already got that document partly prepared, and I would assume we get that signed probably in the next 10 days to 2 weeks.
Also, at some point in time, want to get an update and discussion on where we're at on getting out of the other property.
And that's really Clancy's project. I mean, I'm aware of issues there, but he's always taken the lead on that. So I'll pass it on to Clancy so he can make a presentation.
I don't know if he's back behind me.
Okay, well, you know.
I'll make sure Commissioner Ford that he'll get to do that.
Okay, I've had some questions come up with that. I need to see. I'm not saying we have to have it decided right now, but it's a general discussion of where we're at and where we're going with that. Would be great. And that to me pretty much finalizes this at this point in time once that's done. And it's been a process.
That one probably still will be a problem.
Yes. Yes. I think you're right.
I
Okay.
think so.
And being a board member of the KEC board, I don't know how many of you attended any part of the conference yesterday. What'd you think?
Well, I think Jay did a good job with what's going on there.
I'm very impressed with
The
Jay.
governor is still the same. And
I thought the presentations by the NACO CEO was really good, and then we had the Secretary of Transportation and I think the Deputy Secretary of Commerce. And I just thought the KE staff did a real good job to get those
yeah, they did.
that quality of line of speakers to come in and talk to us yesterday.
We just-
Obviously, it's not as good as going to a conference in person, but at least we got some information. I mean, I was really impressed by the NACO presentation.
Yeah.
Well, I was not impressed by the county commissioners not showing up.
The last time I noticed, I saw an attendance of 96. I mean, I mean,
Yeah, but they didn't. show
that's
up.
not all commissioners, but I mean.
No, but they did, the voting delegates. did
Oh,
not
I
show
see.
up.
Yeah. Well, we'll get that. There's always.
No, we can email it whenever we
Yeah.
present it, so.
Yeah, so we'll get that.
It will be done.
Yeah. Well, thanks, commissioners.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
Have a
you.
good weekend, sir.
Yeah, you do too.
You did.
Is there anything left on you guys' desk
I think Sunday or Monday at 4.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
that you guys want to bring up?
Just let the board know that I've been invited to attend a law board meeting to watch the
Yes.
presentation on the parking garage and the substation, so you guys are aware of that. So that's on my calendar. It's in Randolph next Monday.
Next Monday at 12 o'clock.
Wanted the board to be aware of that, 'cause I'm sure.
Yeah, our October meeting's usually up there, and it was last year. Yeah.
I'll be coming to you at some time, and then also the joint city county meeting is at 4 o'clock today, and that's the only item on there. So,
Move we adjourn after city, county.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
and we'll
Thank
just be attending the joint city county here. Oh,
Yeah.
one other thing, wanted to make you aware, Commissioner Rodriguez had asked to have a discussion on the church facility for next Thursday, correct? So we'll get that
Next
on.
Thursday,
We'll
yeah.
Try and have Leon present, that way he can answer any questions the board may have. Okay?
That way it'll be on the agenda.
I just think
Just
there's
for you.
going to be spending tax dollars on there. The public needs to have the opportunity to see that in advance and add anything to discussion if necessary. Sorry. That's how I feel about it.
Not a problem.
Only if it becomes an expensive liability and the city code gets on it. and-
Yeah, that's what I don't want.
If somebody starts breaking windows and we gotta continually plywood it.
That's why I brought it up. Okay, do what we can.
Well, I'll drop some breadcrumbs, see if I can find my way back this afternoon. No guarantee you.
I'm not saying you have to have it solved.
Birds might eat one away.
Yep, they will.
I've already heard of Richard's presentation, so.
Yeah, a couple of times.
Rich, do you want me to, or could you have Leon just see what he
Yeah,
can do to it, you know, the comments and stuff?
Yep.
And,
I'm gonna give him a heads up.
yeah, and see if there's any-
Appreciate it.
If you have any estimates on numbers
Yeah.
and stuff for the board, because I'm sure that would be primary
How long
questions.
it would take to do it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep,
That would appreciate that.
will
Thank
do.
you.
You bet.
All right.
Okay. See if I can find my way back this afternoon.
Having fun?
I think things are hopeless for me, Mr. Bardo.
Well, go bend their ear.
The PA system is pretty lousy. I'm sure that nobody else really cares, or there wasn't anybody else there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I understand. Well, can I go slap my rifle in on that rifle range, you suppose?
Probably not. Probably not.
Darn.
I'm sure you can.
Thanks, Rich. I wasn't, I asked that question of Harold Seymour quite some time ago, and they gave me a key to the place. But I never did go out. I mean, I never did go in. Well, I went into the property,
Uh-huh.
but I never went into the gun range.
Probably a good thing, Mal.
Well, I would guess so. I would guess so.
And that
You know,
would, that would be one of
they-
the many problems with that
There
range.
was no road easement out there though.
Yeah. Take care. See you four.
Thank you very much. You're gonna be a commissioner.
2 more years, at least.
2 more years.
At least.
John, I think you have to stay at least 3 or 4 years before you do. I think you've been long enough to kind of.
Yeah, well, we'll work through the next 2 years to figure out what to do.
Well,
I've got stuff I'm working on, but they will change positions and stuff. We'll just see. We'll get there.
hang in there.
We will.
And, I'll let you.
Oh, yeah, it's gotta feel good.
Accomplished some of that, so it's. After all, I followed, I was still excited. Come here, 4 years.
Well, you can still do it. You can issue it.
Yeah, I'll call her anyway.
Shut her down.
All
You
right,
might do it,
have a good
just-
weekend.
Sure, you might just do it by reflex and then.
Yeah.
Have a good weekend.
All right, thank you. Well, they need to put that damn trailer on top of a 55-gallon barrel.
You gonna print any more? I got a couple.
Well, let's go here in a second. My evil detention meeting. That looks like the last page, so that should be it. Now this damn bird eating my breadcrumbs. No, I didn't figure I'd get much done, so I went ahead and, with the Maynards and trying to get a darn outside remote deal, put a new garage door up right on yesterday, and it's a Chamberlain, it's well known, but I can't get the thing to take the code. And I bought a universal, and it doesn't really have enters. You put the code in and a 0, and I give up, so I just bought another cheapie, and nobody stocks a Chamberlain outside one. So I got another cheap one, but at least it has enter on it.
Right.
So I'm gonna try it. If they don't work, well, it'll go back, and then, I have a hard time. I made about a can of peaches, they were called, or a pair of peach made, it's an 8 3/4 ounce can. That crud in the little plastic things, you try to open, they spill, and
Right.
it's not, I like heavy syrup. Eating it for years, I'd eat about 20 cans a day. Well, since the COVID, they're nowhere. I tried online and stuff. Well, Mary found some at Walmart, some at Hy-Vee a couple weeks ago, cleaned them out. So, and then no branch rights anywhere in the world. And then, but she's managed to find a few boxes over the last couple of months. So now there's some generic, all it says is it's a white box that's brand rights, and that's it. I picked up 2 boxes. I noticed they went and hid my little cans. So I just take all they have in the store. So I got my truck loaded up now, so I'm good for a few months.
Yeah, my wife commented on how bare Walmart shelves were, how many things she just
Yeah.
couldn't believe it.
And then I was reading, it was online, Watkins Weekly or whatever, about all our major beer processing plants in Kansas. Can't take any beer. They're booked for months on these reports.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And there's one plant, and it says, you have to bone it, clean it, all that, freeze it. And then it's not like they'll accept it, whenever they have time, they give you jerky and coffee.
I told my son, him and I can make some good money this
Oh, you
year.
better believe it. See a little side business there.
Cause I bought me a $500 grinder last year. I always had a cheap Cabela's one, $100, 20 years ago, And, I'd always wanted to get a heavy duty one because we make all our own grounds and everything. You can't even keep up with that thing. It's like, it'll go so
Well,
much
you know what?
faster nowadays.
Have I got a deal for you? I ought to clean my stuff and the woodworker stuff out of that, double walk-in cooler and have Jim swing over my trailer and come up there and me and will have a double walk-in cooler. I mean, it's.
No kidding. Double walk-in cooler.
Yeah, it's 2 compartment and 2 units. That was, belonged to John White when he had that, store on Anderson there, where one of the banks are, and, he came out and wanted to store it at my place, so I found a buyer for it. And he give me $100 bill every now and then, once, twice a year. And I said, I don't want that going, and finally I started putting car parts in there, stuff you want to break, windshield, stuff like Carol's car down. And then the woodworkers caught on. That's a good place to store our stuff we use every year for the show. And so I told John the last time he was years ago before he passed away, but I said, I want to save my money instead of using it.
Right.
But I had thought about moving it closer to the shop and then wiring it up and then rent space to store. But then for other people, what if the unit ever quit? power went off, you're gone, you know, so.
Right.
Yeah, two compartments, you can probably set one to flash freeze or freeze more than the other one. The other, you can probably move it up to where refrigerated instead of.
Right. Yeah, the guy could make some money at it this year, maybe next year too.
Well, it's looking.
Yeah, my neighbor that we get our cattle from, our beef from, he said, we may have to just slaughter our own this year, he said. He said, I got the tractor. I said, that's fine, I'll come over and we can get it done.
Well, I'm glad to see the government at least considering backing off of these humongous horrendous regulations and stuff for these smaller plants to allow them to operate.
Yeah, that's,
You know, just to get past this pandemic.
Right. You're probably gonna start out since you're in charge.
We'll start at 4.
Start at 4.
Okay.
You wait for him?
It just hurt. The body's just sore.
okay. It is now 4 o'clock, time for the meeting. So who is on? Who's, I gotta see Mark and Linda. Anyone else?
It says there's 6 participants. I see 4 of them up there. So there's 2 other people on there. So
Okay, 2 other people. Well, anyway, we'll start on the meeting, and Rich Vargo, County Clerk, has information on the elections and where we're at, so.
We may as well have the people announce who's on
Yeah,
themselves.
okay. Who else is on besides Mark and Linda?
This is Ron Fear. I know the mayor is on her way to hook up, so.
Okay. There we go.
Brenda Wolf.
Hi,
Okay.
Brenda.
Okay, well,
More people pop on as they do.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Start our part.
I'll just go over some basic information on the election and then I'll stand for any questions at the end. Of course, everyone knows that advanced voting started October 14th. Riley County has always taken advantage of the full 20-day time period that's allowed by the state for advanced voting. Not all counties do that, but we do start the 20th day out. Biggest thing all of you can help me with is reminding all of your neighbors, anyone who talks to you and wondering where their advance by mail ballot is. By state law, we could not mail those until advanced voting starts, and that's the biggest concern and complaint that we've gotten to date is people coming in to advance vote because they haven't received their ballot yet. Well, we couldn't send them out until October 14th by law, and so that's been the biggest thing causing an uptick in provisional ballots because people then come in and some people have changed their mind. They don't want to do it by mail, even though they applied for one by mail. So when they do that, the only way they're allowed to vote is a provisional ballot. The reason that is because that's the only way we can safeguard that individual doesn't vote twice, since they're getting that ballot by mail, and then also want to come in and vote on the machines. So if they vote on the machines and then they send in their ballot, then they voted twice. So that's why they do a provisional ballot, to safeguard from people voting twice. Remind everyone that October 27th is the last day that anyone can apply to vote by mail, and that just due to the timeliness of getting the ballot out to them and them filling it out quickly and getting it back to us in order for it to count. Remind everyone, any ballot by mail has to be postmarked by election day. The postmark, as long as it is postmarked November 3rd, we have until Friday at the end of business to accept that. And that is by state law as well. Remind everyone, we do have 2 advanced voting locations for advanced voting in person, 110 Courthouse Plaza, and then also at the Kansas State Student Union at the Bluemont Room. The hours are somewhat different between the 2 locations. At Kansas State Union, it's 10 a.m. each weekday to 5 p.m. And then, of course, here at the Riley County offices this week, we are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The next 2 weeks, we are 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. So we'll stay open 2 extra hours. And then the 2 Saturdays just prior to the election were open those Saturdays, 8 a.m. to noon. And by state law, both locations, we have to close at noon on that Monday, November 2nd. We have had a very good turnout so far. We have the first day we had 344 people vote on the machines, 3 by paper, and 92 provisionals. And that 92 provisionals is concerning, as I said, because we had people come in and upset because they hadn't received their ballot yet, although it was just the first day that we could even mail it out. And so while they were here, they decided to go ahead and vote, and so they had to vote a provisional ballot. Just takes more time to process, but those provisional ballots are valid. A lot of people believe provisional ballots are not valid. Over 70% count for almost every election. So provisional ballots is just a tool that we use to safeguard anyone voting twice or to clear up any questions on their ballot. We'll let people know that so far today, we have mailed out 10,675 ballots. That does include federal service, the 299 federal service that we've had. So 10,165 ballots is what we've mailed out. That compares to 2016, the last presidential general election, when we mailed out 1,764. For that election, the total ballots cast was 22,198. So we're almost at half of what the last presidential election was. I do anticipate that we will have higher numbers in voter participation this year due to the multiple methods people can participate in the election and making it so convenient by mail ballot request. So I do anticipate that number to be higher than that 22,198. All of you can help educate the public and have them go out to our website, but we will have 7 mail ballot drop boxes in Riley County, 3 within the city limits of Manhattan. 1 is at 2000 Tuttle Creek Boulevard. It's basically right in front of the Old Country Stampede office over there, kind of the Domino's pizza area over there, that shopping area. Then we also have one right in front, kind of in between the middle of Joann's and Marshall's. And then the other one, of course, is at 110 Courthouse Plaza. The front of our building has a drop box, and all of those are accessible 24/7 through the election process. We'll also have a drop box at each of the small cities of Leonardville, Riley, and Ogden. And then in Randolph, they do not have city offices, so we're putting it at Sharps. There's a gas station convenience store at Sharps and Randolph, and they've agreed to have that there for us. So there's really, when you include our 29 polling places that we have on election day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., there's really no reason for someone not to be able to participate in the election process if they really want to. Highly encourage people, as I said earlier, to go out to the website, encourage people to pull up their sample ballot, especially those in the city of Manhattan. There's a special question on there. People that aren't aware that that's on there, can take them some time to read through those, and they might not quite understand it. So if they can get out there and look at those ballots, see which elected officials they'll be making choices on, also read through the special question, will help them go through the polling place process and the voting process much more efficiently. So I'll be glad to stand for any questions.
I've
Any
got
questions?
one. Oh, sorry, Mark Hattasol here. So if somebody does the mail-in ballot and the provisional one, generally when the mail one comes back in, that's the one you count, and the provisional one gets disqualified. Is that the order of those then?
Correct, yeah. All the provisional ballots are presented to the Board of County canvassers. On November 16th is when we're having the canvass at Riley County here in these chambers, and that is correct. We would accept the regular ballot that was received, and the provisional would not count.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. Any other questions?
Yes, this is Yusha Reddy. Thanks, Rich, for the update. Do you have enough poll workers? And also, what type of security do you have around the mail drop boxes?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first question, Yusha.
Do you have enough poll workers or do you?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Thanks for bringing that up, Yushi, because I think the public heard my plea early on in the primary. We had over 90 poll workers that withdrew, and when it takes just right around 200, that's a big chunk of your poll workers. And so I made a public plea at these press conferences a couple weeks, and our community is just amazing because we had a ton of applicants. We actually had more applicants than we had positions to fill, which was a great place to be. And we were very fortunate, much more fortunate than a lot of communities even throughout our own state. So yeah, thanks for that question. We were able to, unfortunately, we lost a lot of experienced poll workers and some of our supervising judges, and the supervising judge is usually the one at the polling place with the most knowledge and knows how to handle various situations. But yes, we were, of course, we educate all of our poll workers, whether they're a supervising judge or a clerk. And so we've had to go through a lot of educational processes and some additional ones, but yes, we do have plenty of those. As far as the mail ballot drop boxes in the city of Manhattan, including the one at 110 Courthouse Plaza, we have put video cameras on those for security. And they are bolted down, even the ones in the shopping centers.
Anyone else with a question? Okay. Want to go to the city for anything they might have? Ron or Usha, you guys got something for everyone?
As far as updates, not necessarily. I just had one more question for Rich, and you may have already addressed it, but I was wondering if somebody mails it in on the day of elections on November 3rd, how far out do you receive them to be counted in this election?
Yeah, as long as they're postmarked by November 3rd, they have until Friday, the end of business, to get into our office. But they have to be, that postmark has to be clearly legible November 3rd, and we'll accept them through Friday. That is by state law.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Looks like Ron's off mute there. I don't know if he has something or not.
Ron, Fair, do you have anything?
Not for Rich, but I was just going to add that hopefully by the end of the day today, as if you want to take North Manhattan Avenue home, I think it's all wide open, new striping, and so it's good to have that project done and back fully open. So
I actually drove he had a series of cones on that over the weekend, Ron. It looks really, really good up there.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything to add except for those that are still, that have not voted and are still considering, will be voting here. The League of Women Voters has their forum this weekend on Sunday, and I believe it's being live streamed, and they will have all of our House candidates, our Riley County Commission candidates, as well as the Kansas Senate candidates. And I think that's about it, but it's usually a 2 or 3 hour process. So I really urge everyone to listen in and make informed decisions as you vote. And I believe it's also aired on K-Man.
Okay. Sounds good, Usha. Thank you.
Marvin,
Yes.
Linda Morse, the Wildcat Creek Resiliency Committee has met a time or two, and then the city commission considered it at our meeting, the plan that was developed. And there doesn't seem to be anyone from the county attending right now. And so I wondered if at a future city county meeting, we could have the county review the measures you've taken in the last year or so to help with flooding on Wildcat Creek. And you're probably doing things that we just don't hear about or know about. So I don't expect an answer tonight or today. It's just something that would be good to educate the community, because people ask the city and we have to say, oh, you need to go to the county and talk with them. And you have new leadership in some of those departments. and so, or will be soon. And so it would be good to make sure we have a good transition there too. So I'd ask that that might be a topic for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just have another question. I've been seeing on Facebook a lot of activity about the volunteers that are cleaning up the battery casings or whatever is left on the banks of the Kansas River. And I can't figure out exactly where it's at, if it's in the county, how I thought that those sites were particularly sensitive, and I didn't know that people could just go start digging around and hauling things off. And I think there have been truckloads. One of the postings said there were 7 truckloads. So I wondered how that works and who at the county would have more information. I can get in touch with them privately. I just wondered how that works.
I don't know anything about that.
I hadn't heard the first time hearing of that myself.
So I have no idea who did it, what they're doing with it at all.
I think it's a collaboration of volunteers, and I also think the volunteers are just happy to get outside and have a project and not be cooped up in the house with COVID. And get exercise. So I understand the interest, and I'm happy to have an opportunity. But I just wonder about the those what I call hazardous sites. There's always been a warning about not disturbing them and having them professionally mitigated. And so that's my question, is about that process, and if a permit was needed or how does that work? I don't think it's on the city's side of the river, if there is a side. I mean, I lose track of where the boundary is there. So, well, if you can come up with anything, please let me know. Thank you.
We'll do. That's the first we've heard of that.
First I've heard of any of that.
Well, I've been seeing it on Facebook anyway. Probably, John, you probably have too. A lot of people have been posting about it. So, okay, thank you.
They want the lid.
Well, take it. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll check on it.
Anyone else? We don't have nobody from Pot County here.
Yeah, I kind of missed not hearing about the bridge.
Yeah. As you know, the state's still working on the bridge over there off Wildcat Creek on K-18, so Fort Riley Boulevard.
Yeah, speaking of, maybe Ron, you can, when is the College and Kimball Avenue project supposed to be done once again?
So they're making pretty good progress. I
Very
think they
good
got
progress.
the south side of the college poured back from Kimball back to the hospital entrance. So the focus right now is to finish that college segment out between the hospital main entrance and back to Kimball. Once that's done, then they've got to move over on the eastbound lanes, which are, they've got a lot of it done to the east of the college intersection. They've got quite a bit there, a couple more lanes to do there west of the intersection, including the Kimball access to the hospital. So I know they're contemplating whether or not they're going to open the traffic up and let them go on College to the hospital entrance, and then try to pour that Kimball access to the hospital all in one time and close it, or do it in 2 pours so you have temporary access on either side. So, if our weather keeps holding like it is, that should continue to move along fairly well. I think the original plan was towards the end of November for most of the traffic work to be done. I do know that all the traffic signal poles and materials have been delivered. So that's available. The question is there still enough landscaping and streetscaping type work that needs to be done before we put those expensive poles back up and get on a waiting list to have to reorder one, which the delivery times on those are several months. So that's part of what they're contemplating. Just once they get that all the concrete poured back and the traffic signals installed, whether they'll be far enough along on some of the wall work and the signage work that's occurring to go ahead and put those signals up. But you should start seeing some pretty good progress there. Obviously the weather's held for us really well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Rich, this is Yusha. I have a couple of questions. One, you said October 7th is the last day if people still want to apply for a mail-in ballot. Is that right?
Sorry, that's October 27th is the last time they can apply, and that's just because it takes a few days for us to get it to them, and then from the send it back, or they can also drop it off in the drop boxes as well. And we will be checking those drop boxes daily, picking up those ballots.
Okay. And my next question is, I did look at I always look at my ballot before I go and vote. And it's often confusing about judges. Where does someone go to find more information about judges?
That's $1 million question. Yeah, I really don't have any assistance on that. We don't have anything, and it's actually a discussion that was on with the Clerks Association as a wide area network that we discuss issues on, and we get that question a lot, but you know, you can go out to the state website and they'll give you a little generic information about this judge in this district, but that's it.
Okay, thank you.
There is a Kansas Judicial Review, if I am saying that right. You can Google that, and that'll provide some information about how long they served and what district they're serving. And it breaks down kind of the judicial districts, both at the state level and the appellate and district level. So that'll give you at least a little bit of background.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm aware of. Just kind of generic information.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the things, Linda Morris, one of the things I heard someone suggested was that it would be if it would be good to ask some attorneys. So if you encounter some local attorneys in your travels in the next week or two, that's a good time to ask them. Did I see the, well, I don't know. I haven't looked at the ballot yet. Thank you. Okay, that's good. I don't need to ask that.
Well,
Yeah,
I often wonder.
reasons I encourage people to look at the ballot, because those judges are going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the Mercury and all kinds of resources are there for regular elected officials, but not so much for judges. So that's one area I think we can work on as a community to see how we can get information out to our votership. But that's for a future discussion.
I voted this morning, and the only one relevant here was Lewison. So.
Good question, Usha.
And you might point out to correct that we are, as a courtesy, paying for postage.
Yeah, Riley County did make the decision to pay for postage for the return of the ballots. So yeah, that is included. People don't have to put postage on the ballot to return that. And like I said, many people walk them directly in our office. Another thing to point out is on election day, actually, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., people can take those mail ballots to any polling place and drop them off. So, you know, on election day, we'll have 36 drop-off sites for mail ballot elections, actually.
So Rich, there's a lot of discussion nationally about about voter suppression. May we hold our heads up high here and say that that doesn't happen, and none of that happens here? Are we, I mean, I think we have the processes down pretty well. We do have some political interference occasionally in the past, but generally, aren't we in pretty good shape?
I think we're way better than in pretty good shape. I'd say we're in excellent shape compared to
All right.
many communities you hear across the nation. I think the state of Kansas overall is in very good shape. I'm not aware of any voter suppression in the state of Kansas, but definitely not here in Riley County. I've met with law enforcement officials earlier this week, talking about poll agents and electioneering, and our poll agents are trained on it. Our poll workers, not poll agents, but poll agents are. Also, we do have poll agents, what's sometimes referred to as poll watchers, and we educate them on what they legally can and cannot do. And so if there's anything like that, I mean, people ask us what we do, just like you do when anyone breaks the law, we call law enforcement. I know the laws, but I'm not a law enforcement official, but when we have someone that doesn't want to comply, just like with any law, we contact law enforcement, and knock on wood. Luckily, here in Riley County, we have not had many of those incidences at all in the past. But like I said, I did meet with the assistant director and the patrol captain this week and went over some of those laws with them, gave them a list of all of our polling places and, things that we watch out for. And there's not going to be a police presence at polling places. It's only if needed, like any other situation.
I know that there's a state law that says there's no election airing within 200 feet, I think, of a polling place. And I think that means no yard signs, nobody approaching the voter, getting in their way or anything like that. What about somebody that is there but isn't advocating for a certain person or party? What is that about?
Well, the law is actually 250 feet, no electioneering.
All right.
All of our polling places do have a GIS developed map from the front door of each polling place, which clearly designates that line, and law enforcement's aware of that.
Okay.
As far as poll agents, I think is what you might be referring to, those that they are affiliated with either a political party or a candidate. There are restrictions on who can be appointed as poll agents. They have to fill out an application in our office. Then we will give them a badge, a badge with a Riley County logo that says Riley County Poll Agent. Plus, they have to carry a copy of that application with them. That's by state law. And all the poll agent can really do is sit there and observe. Generally, what poll agents are doing, contrary to what some people, even I've had to talk to the last couple of weeks, they want to see how things are being conducted at the polling place, and I remind them they have no legal authority to do that. How activities are conducted at the polling place is my legal authority. They're not there to suggest how we can improve the process or to complain about the process. They're just simply there to watch. But sometimes what you'll see, the Republican and or Democratic Party will get a voter registration list. And when I walk up to the polling place, you have to state your name and address. So I say Rich Vargo, my address. So what they're looking for is to check off Rich Vargo's name off that list. And then those that have not come in, and here's where we get a lot of feedback from our constituents, they then call Ron Wells and say, Ron, we see you haven't voted. You need to get out and vote today. Polls close at 7. You may not be surprised, but a lot of people find that offensive and want to know how in the heck do they know I haven't voted? But that's generally what poll agents are doing. They're trying to get the maximum participation out for their party. And so they're holding that voter registration list. One of the biggest problems we have is they say, well, I couldn't hear the name that person said, so can you please repeat that? And we have to remind them, no, well, we're not here to repeat that for you. As long as the poll worker can hear that, you're just to sit there and observe. And so we do have had some difficulty with that in the past, and I have to have conversations with those poll agents. And if they don't want to comply, then we just ask them to leave.
How many can be there?
There's no limit on the number at each polling place, unfortunately. And of course, under the current conditions, you know what problems that causes for us with social distancing, 6-foot requirements. And so we've had very in-depth, frank, and legal discussions over that matter as well. So we got to do the best that we can try and do. Generally, there's just 1 or 2. We've never had a large problem with it. We've got several applications from one party here, and they designate certain times, but generally they don't sit there all day.
Okay.
There's no limit on the number.
Okay. I'm doing the advance, but I know my polling place is fairly small, and so I just wondered about it. Thank you for
Yeah, those are all gonna cause complications for us, and then
Yeah.
what people have to understand too, and I've always been a big advocate for advanced voting because that helps reduce congestion on election day. Many of our polling places, as you know, they're not Riley County facilities. We can't build them as big as we need them. The size is what the size is, and plus we've even had to reduce the number of election machines, voting machines, due to social distancing as well. And so that all, compounds those factors of people wanting to get through the process rather quickly. But when we mail out in excess of 10,000 mail ballots, hopefully that'll help congestion at the polling places as well. But as we saw in the primary, we saw a significant amount of ballots by mail, but we saw a significant increase at the polling places as well. So there's definitely a lot of interest this year.
That brings up another good question there. With the current state of things and restrictions related to the pandemic, what are we doing here at Riley County to ensure safety, good health for those people that are going to go to the polls and advanced voting locations?
Yeah, we'll have the social distancing, suggest people, stay 6 feet apart in the lines. But then on top of that, we do have disinfectant there for people to use, hand sanitizer, and mask for anyone that does forget their mask. What I've had to remind people, and we've cleared this with the state, and even talked to county councilor about it, one thing that the state law does not require is a mask to vote. So even though the city of Manhattan has a mask ordinance, if someone comes in and refuses to wear a mask, they still get a vote. That's not a legal requirement to allow someone to vote. So we've just educated our poll workers to get them processed as quickly as possible and have them move on. But when push comes to shove, that federal law wins.
Any others?
I did want to ask, are these laws some that will actually be enforced? Do they have some penalties with them, or can people decide not to enforce them?
Yeah, they're citable. Clancy was at the meeting with me with our CPD. We did a Zoom meeting, and they are citable offenses.
Okay. Thanks for letting us ask all the questions we ever wanted to.
No, I figured that'd be the biggest part of it. I really did, because I'm well aware of all the national rhetoric of various things, and I've talked to more people than I've ever talked to in any election process via email, via phone calls. And I just got to remind people, just because things are going on somewhere else doesn't mean that it's going on here in our community. And we have very good working relationship with our postal service. They actually allow us to pick up one extra time a day on mail ballots because they know the volume that's coming in, and we have one-on-one conversations with them. But at the same time, don't think, because we meet weekly with the Secretary of State's office via a conference call with our entire association, we're well aware of every little issue that's going on nationally, and also with cybersecurity. We're all trained and very educated on that, and our IT departments are as well. We're not naive enough to think that it can't happen here, so we all are prepared, but we're very fortunate to live in the part of the country that we live in and have the community that we have.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Rich, this is you, Sharetti. How much, did you get any funds from the CARES Act for elections?
We will, before that, we actually got 79,000, I believe it was, from the Secretary of State's office. And actually, they've told us which we've already spent way more than our allocation. They said, continue to submit invoices and we'll do what we can to pay them. It's a priority for the state. They know that we have to take care of all of this. And so, yes, we are eligible for additional CARES Act funding for elections too, if needed. But of course, we'll use the state money to the maximum amount that we can. That way we have the CARES funding for other parts of our community.
Thank you.
Here, no more questions? Nothing?
Thank you, Rich.
And the biggest thing I'd encourage everyone, because people are always talking, their coffee clashes or whatever, have them call us. We want them to get the correct answer from the people that deal with it every day rather than speculation, and speculation is what causes a bunch of trouble, or what they saw on some press release or what they saw on social media. Encourage people to call our office and we'll give them a direct, correct answer.
Okay. Well, if nothing else, thank you, Rich.
Yep, thank you all.
I got nothing else. There's no use going on, sitting here, looking at each other. So,
Vote and vote, however you need to, however you feel comfortable this year, everybody.
Yeah,
Vote.
there's lots of choices, lots of methods to take advantage of.
yep. So
Thank
thanks
you.
for everybody coming on and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
we'll end the meeting.
Mary, I've got a question.
I was noticing up there where you've got Riley County IT and Riley County IT.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Riley IT is you. Could we rename the top one there to Riley County?
Oh, it is
BOCC?
behind.
Cool.
We can do it all,
Yeah.
it's for every single meeting,
But-
so I'll remember to do that every
Okay.
Monday and Thursday.
Okay.
I think they're going to catch up.